To start off with the program, we will start with the inauguration ceremony and by lighting the lamp, for which I would request our chief guest, Mr. Vinay Oberoi, Secretary, Ministry of Human Resources and Development, our guest of honor, Dr. Ajit Prasad, from the Director of IIT Lucknow, and our Director, Professor Manna, to please light the lamp. May I please request the audience to rise for the invocation? Thank you, Mrs. Khandekar, for that. I'd now like to request Professor Manna, our Director, to please come up on the dais to give us the welcome address. We'll do that.
Mr. Vinay Oberoi, Secretary, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Professor Ajit Prasad, Director, IIT Lucknow, the distinguished alumnus awardees, the fellows, Satan Dubey awardee, Gopal Das Bhandari awardee, distinguished guests, alumni of 1966 batch, my own colleagues from this institute, students, staff, and dear friends. At the outset, I would first like to welcome you all to this very, very important occasion. An institution is not all about brick and mortar. An institution actually is a living entity. So like all other human beings, we should also have our own birthday. And today is our 57th birthday, considering that 58th birthday, to be more precise, considering the fact that 1959, 2nd November, IIT Kanpur got registered as a society. We use this occasion to celebrate whatever achievements we have done in the past. We also utilize this occasion to rededicate ourselves to the overall objective and motto of this institute. We certainly are considered to be one of the best in the country. We continue to thrive hard and we continue to achieve. But we never want to be complacent. We certainly are aware that the country of billion and being one of the well-endowed institutions of this nation, we certainly can do a lot better. And we don't want to shy away from that obligation. This is an occasion when we certainly would like to remember and record our deep appreciation to those who made a difference. The Institute Fellows are those who certainly did something beyond the normal call of duty, either created a discipline, nurtured a certain new area, and created a set of alumni who have made us proud in the entire history of the institute. For an institute like ours, if we have to show what have we done, where lies our greatness, one such element is to show to the rest of the world the biggest trophies any institution like ours can show, and they are our distinguished alumni. They have made us proud, and they have given us enough justification as to why IIT Kanpur is among the best. We also are very proud to institute and continue to honor certain public functionaries who make a difference fighting against corruption. Satan K. Dubey Award is one such award which is instituted by the Institute, primarily to recognize the fact that the society always should remain vigilant against corruption. Now, over the years, you're all aware that IIT system as a whole, and IIT Kanpur for sure, has certainly established itself as champions for three major reasons: the quality of education in engineering sphere, the quality of research conducted in science and technology, and the products. The 32,000 alumni in the history of this institute in the last 57 years, who are such examples that all other institutions in the country and abroad would like to have similar set of alumni. But having come this far, we certainly agree and acknowledge that after the first cycle of 50 years, we should go beyond, look beyond, and that is primarily to establish ourselves as leaders in the technology field. And in this respect, the Human Resource Development Ministry in the recent past launched certain schemes. One of them is championed by IIT Kanpur as the national coordinator. It's called Imprint. Imprint is all about translation of knowledge into product, viable technology and products. So we would like to be compared with the mites of MITs and Stanfords, not only in terms of education, research, and alumni, but also in terms of the engineering solutions provided to the society and creating viable technologies and producing millions of jobs. We also are very proud to be the champion of Namame Gange, which many of you are aware that the country has launched a very ambitious program of Clean Ganga. IIT Kanpur happens to be the national coordinator of that. But this is not the time to beat our own drum. We are here to celebrate, as I said, the ones who made a huge difference to this institute and have made us proud and will continue to make us proud. But before we walk into that particular function, I would certainly like to put on record our very deep appreciation and gratitude to Mr. Oberoi, who have agreed to come here and spend the whole day with us and didn't even take 1 minute to rest. Since the time he arrived, he moved all over the campus, interacted with faculty, saw different entities of the institute. And I know how hard-pressed he is for time, so we are truly honored and privileged to have you with us, sir. We are also very happy indeed to have Professor Ajit Prasad with us today as guest of honor. I'm very happy to see the 1966 batch alumni here. And one of you will be receiving a Distinguished Alumnus Award today. I must also thank all my colleagues who have worked very, very tirelessly under the leadership of Dean Faculty Affairs, Professor Muralidhar, to bring this function to this particular shape. I welcome you all to this function, and let's look forward to having a very, very memorable and enjoyable event in this evening. Thank you very much.
I now invite Professor Sameer Khandekar, who is the Associate Dean of Innovation and Incubation at IIT Kanpur, to talk about, or to give us a presentation about the Research Park initiative here.
Good evening, everybody, distinguished guests, alumni, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to present the new initiative which we are launching today, which is the Science and Technology Research Park. The plan is big and I have only 10 minutes. So please pardon me if I am a little fast and I do justice to my presentation. Can we project this? Yeah. So this is a brand new initiative which we are starting on this auspicious day, the foundation day of the Institute. So in this presentation, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to talk about the concepts of the industry-academia interaction models which we have been following over the years, the need and the statement of purpose, the existing ecosystem which we have already in the IIT Kanpur, the plans for the research park, the long-term sustenance model, and I will summarize at the end. So we have been interacting with the industry from a very long time, and the classical models is of course the producer and the consumer interaction, where we as a human resource development, let's say, institute, we produce, let's say, human resource, and the industry uses this human resource. And then of course the second model is the continuum education model, which also is a very well established model, and we have been harnessing this model from a very long time. So these two models of interaction we are pretty aware of, and what we would like to now go into the expansion of the research and development models. And here we see a clear need in the context of the situation in which the country is today for new models to evolve. The idea is that we have the knowledge-based industry, startups and ventures, they need translational research. A lot of handholding is required by these startups to sort of take their ideas forward to the consumer and make them society ready, make them consumer ready. There is a need for long-term investment in capacity build-up. IP generation is a very important parameter for that. And then the dependence of Indian industry on the West, so to say, who's going to solve the India-specific problems? So there is a very clear need that the academic institutions come forward and try to help nurture this particular, let's say, paradigm in the coming years. So the evolving structure which we have seen the academia with public funding doing basic research. We are good at it, we have been doing it. The industry is coming up and they do basically private funding. And what we are looking at is this zone in between, which is the translational research zone, where the industry academia there is a very clear, let's say, bandwidth for interaction. Essentially to facilitate the natural flow of knowledge, of innovation and generation to the logical conclusion of societal benefit. So this is the broad bandwidth under which we conceived the idea of the research park. The benefits of consultancy mode, contract-sponsored research and public-private sponsorships are pretty well known to us. How to enhance this? So one of the models is to do translational research, look for commercialization, embed that into the system, into the academic system, and then essentially leading to revenue generation. Now, how to do that? We should have good incubation programs and we should have industrial research parks. So the incubation, let's say, landscape, we are pretty good at, and I will come to that very soon. So the next logical step is the industrial research park. So as Professor Manna was saying, we have an excellent track record of human resource development, and we have a well-developed entrepreneurship and ecosystem within the institute. So the next logical step to make research parks, that is co-location. This is an important word. That means the industry should have a presence within the academic, let's say, environment. So we should invite them inside the institute for enhanced industry interaction to add value. We should have infrastructure support, which we can give it state-of-the-art support to industry so that they can come in. And then eventually the idea is to germinate high-impact ideas towards innovation, entrepreneurship, and to create a regional model of industry-academia interaction within the campus at IIT. So the concept and statement of purpose, the purpose is to integrate industrial research units inside the campus, to enhance academic outreach and impact, networking of research labs, percolation of best practices from academia and industry together, and essentially for a larger impact in the society, over and above the human resource and the activities which we have already been doing, which is basic research. There is enormous feasibility. We are in one of the strategically located, let's say, IIT, and there is a lot of potential growth. So the clients will be, the idea is to bring private sector companies, industrial R&D centers within the campus. Government, semi-government institutions, Navratna companies can start their, let's say, research labs here inside. Multinational corporate research, Indian multinationals, and of course technology-based startups and entrepreneurs. And of course, I don't have to elaborate on the benefits which we will get because of this mutual interaction, starting from it's a win-win situation, exposure to faculty, a synthesis. We have been doing a lot of analysis, but translational research requires a lot of synthesis. And therefore, industry is needed within our let's say, campus to sort of get that idea going and things like that. And there are, of course, a long list of benefits which I have mentioned here. Now, as far as our preparedness is concerned, we have been very active in the entrepreneurship space. The SIIC Innovation Center, which we started the incubation center long back in 2004, with a mission to sort of incubate companies, start entrepreneurship, and do IP protection for the institute. As on date, I am happy to inform, a lot of alumni are also sitting here. We have more than 62 startups which we have incubated. 32 are right now being incubated. We have seed fund disbursement to about 25 startups which have happened from the institute. The IIT Kanpur stake in top 5 startups is about 30 crores today. The fund generation, external fund generation, we have been able to get about 45 crores from outside the institute to support these startups. 400 patents have been filed and the commercialization income has crossed now about 3 crores. So this is the background under which we are taking the next step of starting the research parks. So of course there are the two USPs are we are open to everyone, and we are the only incubator in the country to give residential space to all our incubators also. So right now we have a technology incubator, a bio incubator, and a social entrepreneurship incubator running inside the campus. Of course, there are a lot of success stories. I will not elaborate on them. We have been able to sell companies. They have graduated from here. We take equity holding and things like that. So, as far as the R&D structure is concerned, we get over 200 projects every year worth about more than 100 crores, for example, and you can see the growth at which we are going in the last 4 years. And of course, the industry which we are already interacting is across the spectrum, okay, right from aerospace to materials to power to telecom to environment. So what is the concept? The concept is the research complex or the research park within the campus will have essentially, this is the ecosystem which we are foreseeing. The SIIC Innovation Center already works inside the campus with all its units, and we want to start the Seed Research and Industrial Research Center within the campus. So this is the total, this is the newest project which we have got from the Ministry of Human Resource Development in association with Department of Science and Technology. So this innovation research complex will be constructed inside the campus. Already the plans are underway. The land has been identified, the master plan has been worked with. Part of the building has been approved by the board, the rest of the thing is underway. There is expansion space which is already being done. The translational research wing also, the first blueprints have come from the architects. We are on the verge of sort of finalizing them. Several services will be offered over and above what we are already doing at SIIC to these industries which come inside. And we will start the allocation of about 500 meters square in the next 3 months, which is right on the anvil. The space is being made operational by the Institute Works Department. And the whole park, the way we envisage, will be operational within 5 years, 100% capacity. Around 3 years, we see that it will be over 60% capacity built up. There is already a park management structure which has evolved. It is still evolving. The plans are big, so we need a governance structure which is there. And the long-term sustenance, we want to start generating funds. It's a revenue generation model which we have come up with. So the rentals which we will get, the rentals from the central facilities, there is enormous bandwidth for industry to use our infrastructure, recurring expenses, and then we will also come up with a point-based incentive mechanism which we are building right now. So to summarize, IIT K is in heart of Uttar Pradesh. We are gifted with a very good, unique locational features. There is a very large young force around us, a lot of industries around, and this research park, the way we envisage it, we have global competition and special local conditions. Both have to be simultaneously addressed by the academia by inviting the industry to be part of our ecosystem, bring them in and start talking to them, start interacting with them, and focus our energy on translational research, also part of the energy on translational research, so that essentially we can create a unique and exemplary ecosystem. What we want is to catalyze a paradigm shift in the R&D operations, not only seed research, not only basic research, but then doing commercialization, productization, and translational research, so that industrial products can come out from this campus within a short period. So with this, I end my talk. Thank you very much. All of you have got a folder in which the basic structure of this research park has been given. Thank you.
All right, we will now begin the ceremony to induct the Institute Fellows, for which I would like to invite onto the dais our Chief Guest, Mr. Vinay Oberoi, Secretary MHRD, a guest of honor, Professor Ajit Prasad, Director IIM Lucknow, and our Director, Professor Nandan. Please. We'd like to start with inviting Professor Ashok Malik onto the dais. I'd also like to invite Dr. Shikha Prasad from the Department of Mechanical Engineering and request Dr. Prasad to please welcome Professor Malik with a bouquet. like to request Dr. Shikha Prasad to please read out the citation for Professor Malik.
Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Ashok Malik was born in Kolkata, West Bengal in 1947. He obtained his bachelor's and master's degree in mechanical engineering from Bengal Engineering College, Shibpur, in 1967 and 1969, respectively. After a brief stint there as a teacher trainee, he joined the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Delhi, as a lecturer in 1970. In 1971, he moved to IIT Kanpur as a lecturer in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. He obtained a PhD degree from IIT Kanpur in the year 1973. He next was elevated to the rank of a professor in 1982. During his stay at IIT Kanpur, he visited the Institute of Sounds and Vibration Research in Southampton, England, as a Commonwealth scholar, and also spent time in RWTH Aachen and TU Darmstadt, Germany, as an Alexander von Humboldt Fellow. At IIT Kanpur, he taught a large number of undergraduate and postgraduate courses in the broad area of mechanics. These include mechanics of solids, theory of machines, dynamics, and vibrations, among others. While at IIT Kanpur, he developed a large number of teaching and visual aids that continue to remain relevant till date, 2 educational movies, and a popular 40 lecture series course on kinematics of machines for NPTEL. His research areas include analysis and control of mechanical vibrations, nonlinear dynamics, kinematics, and robotics. He has guided many PhD and MTech students and several BTech students. He has authored more than 80 research papers in international journals. He has also co-authored the book Theory of Mechanisms and Machines, which continues to be of valuable reference. Professor Malik has served as the head of Center of Robotics, the head of Counseling Services, the Dean of Student Affairs, Vice Chairman JE, the Senate nominee in the Board of Governors, and the Chairman of the 4th Undergraduate Review Committee at IIT Kanpur. He is an elected Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, the National Academy of Sciences, the Indian Academy of Sciences, and the Indian National Science Academy. He is also a recipient of the Distinguished Teacher Award of IIT Kanpur. Indeed, he epitomizes the ideal teacher for generations of students at IIT Kanpur. He is an eloquent speaker, and his lectures continue to be watched by a large number of researchers cutting across disciplines. In recognition of his significant and varied contributions to the Institute and the society at large, IIT Kanpur, on the occasion of its founding day, takes pride and pleasure in conferring upon Professor Ashok Malik the award of the Institute Fellow for the year 2015.
I request our chief guest, Mr. Oberoi, to please honor Professor Ashok Malik with the scroll. All right, I'd now like to request our guest of honor, Dr. Ajit Prasad, to please present Professor Malik the memento. Our director to please honor Professor Malik with a shawl. I'd like to request Professor Malik to please share a few words.
Dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, my esteemed fellow colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly honored and humbled by being bestowed this as inducted as an IIT fellow. The only price I have to pay to receive this honor is that now I have to give a speech. You know, the hungry lion didn't eat up Androcles in its cage, not out of any sense of gratitude, but he was afraid of giving the after-dinner speech. I entered this institute at a relatively young age. First 2 years, I was both a lecturer on contract and a part-time PhD student. So I could see the institute from the viewpoints of both student and faculty, and had ample opportunity to get soaked in the academic and social culture of this institute and campus, which is rather unique. In this institute, I've seen the caretaker of the lecture hall complex preventing the chairman of the Senate to take foods inside the lecture hall. Chairman was very interested in continuing the Senate meeting. He wanted to entice the senators not to leave the lecture hall. Well, now that I'm out of campus, I can mention of two things, what I miss. The first is the intellectually enriching and really stimulating company, which was not restricted within the office. It was there in every activity and everywhere. When I had tea in the canteen, or when I had evening walk in the campus, or when I was playing badminton in the court, or I was playing in the cricket field. The learning never ceased in this campus. Second thing I miss is the quality manpower that were eager and ready to help, not only in crisis situations, but also on happy occasions. I experienced it when my wife was taken to the city hospital for an operation, and also during my daughter's marriage. Incidentally, my daughter was married to a UP boy, and we were rather ignorant about the local customs and practices. So all the queries of my daughter's in-laws, I had a standard answer: let me discuss with my friend. So after a few such episodes, they asked for permission that can they contact Dr. Sarvesh Chandra directly to save time. In fact, in this marriage, I was told that you need a brother of the bride, but my daughter was a single child. Sarvesh Chandra even supplied that brother by asking his young son to perform all the duties, which he did most gracefully and, ungrudgingly. Now I have a two-spirit question from IIT Kanpur. There is no job prescription for these IIT fellows. What am I going to do now? Is it all dividend on past investments with no future liability? I remember a talk on geriatrics. What are the telltale signs of aging? Yes, you lose your hair's got turned grey, you lose your teeth, replaced by artificial ones, your skin becomes wrinkled and discolored, you become fellows of various academies, and then you also become a fellow of the institute. Normally, the Lifetime Achievement Award is given when people stop expecting any work from you. And they think maybe it is getting too late. Well, as you know, people grow old, they stop listening. Not only because they become short of hearing, because they don't have any work, so they keep on talking. So I know where to stop. Because I remember when I was a young student, undergraduate days, there was a reunion function of our college, and we were expectantly waiting for the cultural functions to start. And the Alumni Association president kept on with his address, on and on. So I turned to my next friend sitting next to me. I said, oh, this old fellow talks too much. He said, you are absolutely right. He does the same thing at home. It was his father. So before I become that old man, I tell you, given an opportunity, I'll come to this institute again and again, both as a student and a faculty. Thank you.
All right. I'd now like to invite Professor Balasubramanian onto the dais. And I request Dr. Jayendran Rao, also from the Department of Biological Sciences and Bioengineering, to please welcome Professor Balasubramanian with a bouquet. I'd again like to request Dr. Rao to please read out the citation for Professor Balasubramanian.
Professor Durarajan Balasubramanian was born on the 28th August 1939. He earned his BSc in Chemistry from the University of Madras in 1957 and his Masters in Chemistry from the University of Rajasthan in 1959. He completed his PhD in the year 1965 from the Columbia University, USA. After his postdoctoral research at the University of Minnesota Medical School, Professor Balasubramanian joined the Department of Chemistry at IIT Kanpur as a lecturer in the year 1966. The next 11 years saw him grow professionally at IIT Kanpur from the rank of an assistant professor to professor. After leaving IIT Kanpur in 1977, he has held positions of academic leadership at the University of Hyderabad, the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, and the L.V. Prasad Eye Institute. Currently, Professor Balasubramanian is a distinguished scientist and Director Emeritus of the Eye Institute. Professor Balasubramanian's research focuses on crystallines of the eye lens and their function as an agent in keeping the lens transparent. Later, he diversified his research interests to include the genetics and pathobiology of eye diseases and on stem cell-based therapeutics for ocular diseases. Professor Balasubramanian has to his credit 6 books and over 450 articles published in peer-reviewed national and international journals. He is a member on the editorial boards of several international journals and also serves on a range of national and international committees. Professor Balasubramanian is an elected fellow of all the 3 science academies of India, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the Academy of Sciences of the Developing World, and the National Academy of Sciences Leopoldina, Germany. The Government of India honored him with the Civilian Award of Padma Shri in the year 2002, and the Government of France honored him with the National Order of Merit, the Chevalier Prize, the same year. Professor Balasubramanian is the recipient of several other awards, such as the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, the Ranbaxy Research Award, the Academy of Sciences of the Developing World Award, and the J.C. Bose Medal of the Indian National Science Academy, among others. Professor Balasubramanian's contributions to strengthening the academic and research programs of the Institute, in particular the chemistry curricula, during his more than a decade-long stay at IIT Kanpur is very significant. He played a key role in establishing the Department of Biological Sciences and Bioengineering at IIT Kanpur as a member of its National Advisory Committee. In recognition of his significant and varied contributions to the Institute and the society at large, IIT Kanpur, on the occasion of its founding day, takes immense pride and pleasure in conferring upon Professor Durarajan Balasubramanian the award of Institute Fellow for the year 2015.
I'd now like to request our chief guest, Mr. Oberoi, please honor Professor Balasubramanian with the scroll. Our guest of honor, Ajit Prasad, to please honor Professor Balasubramanian with the memento, and our director with a shawl. May I request Professor Balasubramanian to please share some of his experiences.
I shall follow Professor Malik, his advice, and be short. But I cannot do so, having been one of the early birds here in IIT Kanpur. At that time, when I came here in 1967, the institute had just grown up, and we had perhaps the best department of electrical engineering, physics, chemistry, and not to forget humanities and social sciences. Many of you may not know, one of the first professorial appointments that was made here in IIT Kanpur was that of Professor Rajendra Prasad, Professor of Philosophy at the IIT in Kanpur. That already tells you the kind of a world vision, the educational diversity, and the kind of preparation that was given to the students and the faculty. One of the things that many of us in the faculty used to dread those days was something called the Student Reaction Survey. Gosh, we really had to think twice. And then little guys like me had to give lectures, not in this hall, but in L7, Chemistry 101, 102, and 201. We had a system of tutors. I would stand there and give my lecture, but with eagle's eye, you saw C.N.R. Rao, P.T. Narasimhan, M.V. George, Animesh Chakravarti, and so on. And student reaction may be damned. It was the faculty reaction survey that we are worried about. But there's another thing I think that's particularly important those days, because the age difference between the faculty and the students was hardly 10 years or even less than that. So that it was possible for many of us to go to Hall 3, Hall 4, and all messes of that kind and mess around with the students. That, I think, was one of the nicest things that happened. In many ways, therefore, some of us who just started as lecturers grew into what we are today. And that's particularly because of that. I'm deeply grateful that this institute has given me this particular honor. I'm also grateful to the institute because had I not come here to IIT Kanpur, I would not have found my wife. I was in quarter 466, and Professor Chowdhury, Manmohan Chowdhury, many of you may remember, he and I started this movie club called La Montage. Many of you may also remember Hemshankar Rai of metallurgy. He would have weekly music sessions. I remember both Snigdha and Ranen Deswas used to come to that. It was a camaraderie of a kind that is not seen very often in many other places. Not in many other IITs, I'll tell you, because I've been there. Maybe in IIT Hyderabad it will be so. So, as a bachelor, I would go on to Chowdhury's house and make a meal and so on. One fine summer, this pretty young girl comes riding on a bicycle, Mrs. Chowdhury's sister. She was gorgeous. If not here, I can still tell them. Today I'm going to tell them. And many young bachelor faculty members and all the students had their eyes on her. But as my organic chemistry friends will know, since I was a neighbor, I had what organic chemists call like an anchumeric assistance, the neighborhood assistant and so on. And the rest, of course, as they say, I still suffer. Again, thank you very much for this delightful honor. That there can be no place like IIT Kanpur with all this coming together, this wide spectrum of activities, academic, non-academic, social, philosophical, and so on. Last thing I want to say, I also want to dedicate this to an esteemed colleague who is no more, Usha Kumar. Many of you would know, an outstanding lady. Many faculty members and students turned to her for help, and she gave it in plenty. Thank you.
I now invite Professor Biswas and Mrs. Biswas onto the dais, please. Both we have. I'd also like to request Dr. Shilpi Gupta to please come up. And welcome both Professor Biswas and Mrs. Biswas with a bouquet each. I now invite Dr. Shilpi Gupta to please read out the citation for Professor Biswas.
Professor Ranin Narayan Biswas was born in 1939. He obtained his BSc degree with physics honors in 1957 and his MSc in 1960 from the University of Calcutta. Thereafter, he earned his PhD degree on electronic circuits from the University of California at Berkeley in 1966. After a one-year stint at the renowned RCA labs, Professor Biswas joined IIT Kanpur in November 1967 as assistant professor and was elevated to the rank of professor in 1977. He went on deputation during the years 1993 to 1999 to assume the position of Director of the Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute at Pilani. After returning from Pilani, Professor Biswas opted for early retirement from IIT Kanpur to establish the Usha Martin Academy of Communication Technology in collaboration with IIT Madras in 1999 and served as its founding director. Since 2002, he has held teaching positions at various institutions such as Dhirubhai Ambani Institute of Information and Communication Technology at Gandhinagar, IIIT Hyderabad, NIIT University Rajasthan, and IIIT Delhi in contributing to the culture of Indian engineering education. Professor Biswas is currently a visiting faculty at Shiv Nadar University. Professor Biswas was the chairman of JAE during the 1982 and 1983 and the Dean of Research and Development at IIT Kanpur from 1985 to 87. Amongst many other achievements as a dean, he was instrumental in establishing the Doordarshan program in the Department of Electrical Engineering. The EARNIT program also was started under his direction during that time at IIT Kanpur. He was head of the Electrical Engineering Department from 1991 to 1993, and thanks to his visionary leadership, 10 new faculty members joined the department during his tenure. He has more than 35 years of teaching and research experience in electronic circuits, telecommunication systems, communication networks, and microprocessor architecture and systems. Believing in total learning, he established the first clean room facility in India as early as 1968 for students of IIT Kanpur, where devices could be fabricated. The printed circuit board fabrication facility in its present form had started in 1986 under Professor Biswas' nurturing guidance. He also established a microprocessor lab for students in early 1980 under a national training program. The lab evolved through the 1980s and continues to run even today. He was conferred the Distinguished Teacher Award of IIT Kanpur for the year 2006 for his inspired teaching. In recognition of his significant and varied contributions to the Institute and society at large, IIT Kanpur, on the occasion of its founding day, takes pride and pleasure in conferring upon Professor Ranil Narayan Biswas the award of Institute Fellow for the year 2015.
I request our chief guest, Mr. Oberoi, our guest of honor, Dr. Prasad, and our director, Professor Manna, to please honor Professor Biswas with the scroll, a memento, and a shawl. I now invite Professor Biswas to please share a few of his experiences.
Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues in the hall, my erstwhile students and dignitaries today, and my dear friends and students of the campus, as well as the old students who are having their golden jubilee here now. It is indeed an honor for me to stand here today receiving this recognition, not particularly because this is something that I would not feel bad if I didn't get. Because most of us, when we worked here, we did not really wonder about what we are going to get in return of what you are doing. It's interesting that three of our colleagues at that time, Professor V.P. Sinha, Professor P.R.K. Rao, and I, was one day chatting about why the university, namely the IIT, and Government of India pay a salary at all. We were deeply discussing this. The reason was, we seemed to be doing whatever we wanted to do. Nobody ever told us what to do. We had no boss. Well, IIT Kanpur had that culture. There was, of course, a director, there was, of course, a head. But faculty, by and large, decided what they wanted to do. If you want to teach something, it's completely a new course, we just decide that we'll do it. And of course, due procedure will be followed, and ultimately the course will be floated, and we'll teach it. And we took full advantage of that throughout our existence here. And you honestly believe that there is nothing more that we ever aspire for. And that is why any award that comes is an extra thing for us. It is not what we can expect or should even, aspire for. The key keynote of our existence of IIT Kanpur was that this was our home. This is our institute. We own it. In fact, it was never felt that we are being hired to run it. It was felt that we are here because we wanted to be here. I still remember the day. It was not a very chilly day, which is winter, starting of the winter in November. I came from from the Kanpur Central Station to IIT Kanpur on a human-propelled rickshaw. I sat with my bag in the rickshaw at 7 a.m. and reached IIT Kanpur close to 8:30 or 9 a.m. There was no other transport at that time. This was 1967. And I felt charmed by the campus. This is the first time I was entering it. And I think I never looked back. This campus still remains my home, the only home I know. There's nothing else which will be dearer to me as a home in this place. The other thing that maybe it is no longer true in today's world, the extent of cooperation. I will deviate a little from my earlier awardees in the sense that I will talk about the students who have been my closest link in this institute, simply because Professor Ashok Malik also did a lot of playing with the students and the staff, but I probably did a little earlier than he did. I used to go to the hostels and play with them. I was a warden also. So I remember 1976, the Inter-IIT Sports Meet was about to be held in IIT Kanpur. And I was the games counselor, so I had the responsibility of creating the facility, planning it out with the help of the students, and so on. And we suddenly found that we had lacked something very important. Badminton was on the event, and earlier years, badminton was held in this institute in the aircraft hangar. We didn't have a covered badminton court, but we managed. Suddenly, some of you remember that was the years when the emergency was in vogue in India. So they said, no, you cannot use the aircraft hangar, that is security hazard. We pleaded and said, well, we have to have our inter-IIT sports meet. How do you do it? I said, nothing doing. Emergency, You say one more word, you may be behind the bars. So we couldn't risk that. So we went to our director at that time. He was a new director at that time. He said, sir, what do we do? I said, well, can you create something? I said, there's 3 months left. How do you create a covered court? And you don't have money. He said, not like today the IITs where you're flush with money. In those days, well, the new IITs like the Uday Desai's IIT, I'm sure they're flush with money. They have to flush it out somehow. In any case, we were really very, very hard up for cash. So I wondered what to do. And what I found? That is what I'm talking about, is cooperation. We turned brick after brick, page after page in search of funds. Very little was coming. I went to the finance officer. We used to be called, I think, Registrar of Finance in those days. I don't know the name is still there. Not. Mr. S. L. Srivastava. Very kind-hearted man, very strict with financial rules, and never made an exception for any faculty member. But then when I went and told him, we need money. Is there any place where you have some money stored up? You must have saved money somewhere. The directors may not be aware of it. He said, yes, there is a fund. This fund was created by the students, and some of the earlier batches were here, might remember. They contributed for the creation of the swimming pool. And this happened apparently in the late 60s. So the batch which is here may have graduated by that time. He said this money was put in the fixed deposit. It has earned some interest. So we have a huge sum of 68,000 rupees. In those days, it was not a small money. So I went to the director. He readily agreed, and we got 68,000. Now, when I went ahead and tried to find out what you could build with it, they said, yes, the brick walls can be constructed. But that would not be enough. You can construct brick walls for one hall where there will be 2 badminton courts. This hall still stands. It is behind hall 1. Some of you might know that, some of you have seen that. People played badminton there and still do. So in that hall, then we needed a cover, a shed. So we need what do you call them? Angle irons, and you have asbestos sheet cover. Now, no money left for that. 68,000 spent for the brickwork. So I went to the mechanical engineering head at that time. I think it was V.K. Stokes. I said, you must be having need for angle irons. He said, yes, we make fabrications and things like that. Can you buy something for us? He said, yes, why not? How much do you need? I estimated 27,000 rupees. I still remember those figures. He said, yes. He agreed to buy that for me. But he said that you got to buy it. So I went to Tata Steel, go down in Kanpur, and he got those things loaded in a puller cart and came back to IIT. Then I needed the sheets, asbestos sheets. So I went to civil engineering department. And I requested, you must be needing asbestos sheets for something. He said, yes, you do. Can you buy this? How much money? He said, 6,600 rupees. And he readily agreed. All this came, and the hall was constructed. Professor SIIC, who is there no more unfortunately, he designed the hall with the help of some of the civil engineering students. And he said it was a zero permeability design. Some civil engineers may understand what that means. It apparently required no wind to be able to get into that hall. Then the roof will fly off. But that is the thinnest design which could be made within that money. So we all agreed. We told the director, he said, well, are you sure that will work? I said, well, Professor SIIC is a renowned professor, he's a consultant for many companies. I'm sure he can deliver it. We did. We just did. We went ahead and gave the contract. On our own, not through the Institute Works department. That would have been more expensive. So we went ahead, got it constructed. In the month of December, the hall was being put. The contingents started arriving. And they looked at it and said, are we going to play here? He said, yes, you're going to play here. Will it be ready? There are 2 days left. The last few sheets were still being put. The lights were still being fixed up. And the hall was ready in time. And it worked as expected. But I cannot forget the spirit of cooperation which you could succeed, and the whole community was beside us, and the students of course were the ultimate beneficiaries, but we all learned what IIT Kanpur stood for. Thank you very much.
I now invite Professor Harish, Dean of Student Affairs, to please take over the proceedings for the G.D. Bhandari Award ceremony.
Good evening. The Gopal Das Bhandari Distinguished Teacher Award was instituted in 2006 based on a donation made by Shri Anil Bhandari, an alumnus of IIT Kanpur. It is given annually to recognize and honor an outstanding teacher of the institute. The awardee is decided by the graduating undergraduate students. Professor Sumit Ganguly, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, is the recipient of the Gopal Das Bhandari Distinguished Teacher Award for this year 2016. I request Professor Sumit Ganguly to come to the dais, and I request Ms. Vijayata, General Secretary Cultural, to greet him with the bouquet. I now request Mr. Vedant Goenka, Chairperson Student Senate, to read the citation for Professor Sumit Ganguly.
Professor Sumit Ganguly was born on 22nd August 1966 in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. He received his BTech degree from IIT Kanpur in 1987, MS and PhD from University of Texas, Austin, United States in 1989 and 1992 respectively. Professor Ganguly joined IIT Kanpur in 1997 and is currently a professor and the head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. This award is an indication of the warm appreciation and gratefulness of the students for the immense sincerity and dedication with which Professor Ganguly has taught students over the years, establishing sensitivity and flexibility that commands love and respect from the students. He has guided several students to pursue their interests with his expertise in the fields of databases and algorithms through courses like ESO 207 and CS 315. Moreover, the pain and effort that Professor Ganguly has devoted towards establishing a strong feedback mechanism and the manner in which he has striven to adapt his courses and teaching methods to best serve the interests of the students has rendered him an irreplaceable and incomparable teacher in the eyes of us students. Further, Professor Ganguly welcomes students with warmth to reach out to him and constantly provides valued academic guidance, serving as a counselor beyond the classroom. The role he has played as a professor and a guide has benefited, inspired, and motivated countless students and furthered the repute and stature of the institution as a whole. His devotion to duty has set up a great example, and he is an inspiring figure for all those students whose lives he touched. I, on behalf of the class of 2016, thank Professor Ganguly for being the exceptional teacher and guide that he has been.
Thank you, Vedant. I now request the Chief Guest, Mr. Vinay Oberoi, MHRD Secretary, to present the plaque to Professor Ganguly. And I request Guest of Honor, Dr. Ajit Prasad, Director IIM Lucknow, to present the certificate to Professor Ganguly. And I request Dr. Manna, Director IIT Kanpur, to present a gift to Professor Ganguly. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Professor Ganguly to share a few words.
Respected Chief Guest, Director IIT Kanpur, Director IIM Lucknow, dignitaries, especially Institute Fellows, respected Institute Fellows, dignitaries in the audience, the batch of 1966, learned colleagues and staff and dear students. I am deeply honored on being chosen for the Gopal Das Bhandari Award. This is really very special to me, since it is an award that our dear students decide among themselves to give to one of their teachers. I'm really very gratified, because we as teachers enjoy our teaching, and that is why we are here. And it is really very gratifying to see that the class of 2016 enjoyed some of my classes. I would like to take this opportunity to pay my humble respects to all my teachers, who were far, far better teachers than me and far greater scholars than me, and whom I follow as examples in my teaching. At least I try to do a little, if I am not able to do much justice to it. I shall cherish this award for the remainder of my teaching life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I now invite Professor Kripa Shankar to please take over the proceedings for the Distinguished Alumni Award, as well as the Satyendra Kumar Dubey Memorial Award.
First of all, on behalf of over 32,000 alumni and the Alumni Association, I would like to express the gratitude to our alma mater. And I will like to follow our patron and the director, Professor Manna, in welcoming all the alumni. And by now, I think 24,000 alumni have been sent the URL of this particular event which is taking place now. So if you are able to see this program, welcome to this event of Distinguished Alumnus Award. There will be a slight change in the format to win over the time. So I will first quickly read what is this Distinguished Alumnus Award. The Distinguished Alumnus Award, in short, DAA, is the highest award instituted by the Board of Governors, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, for its alumni in recognition of their outstanding achievements. Nominations for these awards are invited through the Alumni Association website, newsletter, and other media. All nominations are received by the Secretary Alumni Association and are evaluated by a committee constituted by the director. The committee comprises of the director, IIT Kanpur as the chair, one member of the Board of Governors, Dean of Students Affairs, one industrialist or manager, one non-alumnus faculty, member of IIT Kanpur, and Dean Research and Alumni. The Secretary Alumni Association serves as the member secretary of the committee. I am the secretary of the Alumni Association. IIT Kanpur alumni have excelled in diverse fields of activity, and the DA may be given for outstanding achievements in various pursuits. But we give the awards in very limited number of areas, such as entrepreneurship, management excellence, professional excellence, academic excellence, and any other activity pertaining to the services of humanity at large. Including this year's awardees, there have been 108 recipients of the award. The first recipient was Sri Satish Kaura. Are you here? BTech Electrical Engineering 1966. Then the chairman and the managing director of Central Color. He was conferred the award for excellence in entrepreneurship in 1989. Now I'll proceed with the nomination, the awardees, to invite them to the stage and receive the award. It is in the order of their roll numbers. So the first one is Vishnu Agrawal, BTech Electrical Engineering. Please be seated, there is a small change. I will request you to come over only when I'm done here. 1966. 50 years gone, more than 50 years gone. There may be very intelligent people who can summarize his 50 years in 5 minutes. If you want to see it for 2.5 minutes, you are looking at me and you are inviting disappointment for yourself. I will try doing that. Vishnu Agrawal obtained his BTech in Electrical Engineering from IIT Kanpur in 1966. He is very well known to the Indian electrical manufacturing industries for his very successful entrepreneurial activities, mentoring electrical industries of small, medium, and large sizes, and also for leading the Indian Electrical and Electronics Manufacturing Association. He is founder as well as at present the chairman and managing director of Technical Associate Limited, Lucknow. He initially started the company as only a repair industry for distribution transformers. Within a few years of inception, through many frugal engineering innovations and best practices, the company could manufacture distribution transformer conforming to the most stringent requirement across the country. Presently, it has multi-facility operations offering a wide range of transformers, including those of the specialized applications in the complete range of distribution and power transformation up to 400 kilowatt plus. He is also the founder of other companies like Technical Associate Drugs for drugs export, a Technical Associate Green Tech for the first solar power plant in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and he is also the chairman of ProLogics for speech, which was appreciated by Dr. Kalam at that point in time. Mr. Agrawal is associated with many social and professional bodies, Indian Electrical and Electronics Manufacturer Association, the Confederation of Indian Industry, Institution of Engineers, Small Industry Division of Northern Region, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, etc. Less than 2.5 minutes. Mr. Vishnu Agrawal is conferred with the Distinguished Alumnus Award 2016 of Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, for his outstanding entrepreneurship. I invite Mr. Vishnu Agrawal and Mr. Vishnu Agrawal to kindly come over this stage and receive the award from the chief. Mrs. Agrawal, are you kindly please come to the stage? Their son, Vibhu Agrawal, was a student here. Are you following? Vinamra, who is? Okay. Just kindly be seated. The next one is Mr. Arvind Pradhan. Arvind Pradhan obtained his BTech degree in mechanical engineering from IIT Kanpur in 1974. After serving for some time, he left Coopers and Lybrand in July 1991 to start his own management consulting firm named APCC. To provide manufacturing and strategy solutions, the firm provided services to global clients like Timekins, Scott, Fetzer, etc. Starting from a small enterprise, the company today has grown to be perhaps one of the world leaders in the field of making the seats for the automobiles in North America and at many places. Company is acutely aware of the responsibility, the social responsibility for the welfare of the society as well, and contributes significantly to the children education, to the temples, and many such organizations. Mr. Arvind Pradhan is conferred upon the Distinguished Alumnus Award 2016 of Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, for his outstanding enterprising skills as well as the social service. Mr. Arvind Pradhan could not be present here personally to receive the award. I understand that his brother had sought the permission from the director and he was permitted to receive the award on his behalf. So, are you here?
Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah, he's here.
Kindly, please, come over. Thank you so much for receiving it. The next one is Professor Uday P. Desai. Uday Desai received his BTech degree from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur in 1974, MS from the State University of New York, Buffalo in 1976, and PhD from the Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore, USA in 1979, all in electrical engineering. He taught at the School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science Department at Washington State University, Pullman, before joining the Electrical Engineering Department of Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. He was the Dean of Students at IIT Bombay from August 2000 to 2002. He has held visiting professors positions at Arizona State University, Purdue University, and Stanford University, Lausanne. He was also the director of HP IITM R&D Lab at IIT Madras. His major research and teaching interests include wireless communications, cognitive radios, wireless sensor network, IoT, and statistical signal processing. Since June 2009, Professor Desai took over as the first director of IIT Hyderabad, where he started a novel academic program referred to as Fractal Academics. This will be posted on the alumni webpage, which makes the overall academic program flexible with the eventual aim of the students creating a bouquet of courses to suit their interest. He also started the executive MTech program in data sciences, a minor in entrepreneurship, and several other options. Under his leadership, IIT Hyderabad gained quite respectful position in the national ranking. Professor Desai is the editor of the book Modeling and Application of Stochastic Processes. He is also co-author of 8 monographs dealing with the signal processing and wireless communications. Professor Desai is a recipient of 2015 Outstanding Alumni Award from the University of Buffalo. He is associated with IEEE, INSA, INA, IIT, etc. He is the recipient of the J.C. Bose Fellowship. He is also the recipient of the Excellence in Teaching Award from IIT Bombay for 2007. He is on the board of Tata Communication Limited. He also serves on the governing council of several educational institutes and research bodies. He is one of the founding members of Tom's Nests and also Society for Cancer Research and Communication. He is actively associated with IEEE Bombay section. Professor Uday Desai is being conferred upon the Distinguished Alumnus Award 2016 of Indian Institute of Technology Kanpur for his outstanding academic and professional excellence. Professor Desai, please. I again welcome all those who have logged in now, particularly from abroad. The next one is Professor Anurag Kumar. Anurag Kumar obtained his BTech degree in electrical engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology Kanpur in 1977 and was awarded the President of India's Gold Medal for securing the first rank amongst all graduating undergraduate students of that year. He obtained his PhD degree from Cornell University in 1981, my personal pleasure. He then joined AT&T Bell Labs, New Jersey, and was a member of technical staff for over 6 years. During the period, he worked on the performance analysis of the computer systems, communication networks, and manufacturing systems. Since 1988, he has been with the Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, in the Department of Electrical Communication Engineering, where he is presently a professor. At IIT Bangalore, he has served as the chair, associate chair, and chair of the Electrical Science Division. He was the coordinator of the famous Nationwide Education and Research Network, commonly known as ERNET, project at IIT Bangalore, which established the first countrywide packet communication network in India. Professor Anurag Kumar took over as the Director of Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore in August 2014. His early research area used to be in TCP/IP. Presently, his major areas of teaching and research include communication networking, specifically modeling analysis, control and optimization problems arising in communication networks and distributed systems. Recently, his research focus has been primarily on wireless networking, and he returns to many publications in top venues. He has co-authored 2 books. He has numerous best paper awards to his credit. He has served as an area editor of IEEE Transaction on Networking and IEEE Communication Service and Tutorials. He is associated as fellow of IEEE, INSA, IAC, INA, ITI, and also he is a fellow of the World Academy of Sciences. He has received the IISc Alumni Award for Excellence in Engineering Research for 2008. He is a co-winner of CDAC HCCS Foundation Award for 2009, awarded by the Advanced Computing and Communications Society. He has been awarded the DST J.C. Bose National Fellowship for the period 2011 to 2021. Distinguished Alumnus Award of Indian Institute of Technology Kanpur for the year 2016 is being conferred upon Professor Anurag Kumar for his outstanding academic and professional excellence. So, Professor Anurag Kumar and Mr. Anurag Kumar. Just a small thing. Is Mr. R.S. Sharma here? Kindly, please. The next award is for Mr. R.S. Sharma, presently the chairman of TRI, earlier the secretary of IIT, Government of India. He has several awards, as you know, and this year's award is being conferred upon him for management excellence in application of the information technology in governance. At the last moment, he could not come because of his wife was taken ill. So we will make the arrangements to send the award some other time. So see, next is Mr. Prabhat Singh. Prabhat Singh obtained his BTech degree in civil engineering from IIT Kanpur in 1980. He has spent over 36 years in the hydrocarbon sector. He has had very illustrious career with Maharatna, PSUs and MNCs, dispersed evenly with, very difficult word, quintessential achievements. He has made a pivotal contribution in conceptualization of policy of gas pooling for power and fertilizer sectors, which has been successfully implemented by the Government of India. As chairman of the board of directors of RGPPL, erstwhile Dabhol, he commissioned the 5 MMTPA LNG regasification terminal at Ratnagiri. Since September 2015, Mr. Prabhat Singh is serving as Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer of Petronet LNG Limited, PLL, a joint venture company of GAIL, ONGC, BPCL and IOCL. In this short period, there have been several notable accomplishments that can be attributed to the professional skills of Mr. Singh. Mr. Prabhat Singh is attributed to have given to India the world's largest exclusive LPG pipeline from concept to commissioning. His recent efforts have benefited the Indian economy on a very large scale through the renegotiation of the price formula for long-term gas contract with Rasa Gas Quarter in November-December 2015, and his efforts have found a loud mention in the speech of the Prime Minister of the country on Independence Day, August 15, 2016. He has also ushered into the country the concept of common carrier open access principle for pipeline capacity utilization, which has become the regulatory norm today in the country. He has been instrumental in creating a Make in India opportunity for boosting the domestic shipping industry for manufacturing LNG ships. Mr. Prabhat Singh has authored a very unique chapter in corporate social responsibility. Petronet has recently signed an agreement, Petronet Kashmir Super 30, with the Indian Army for providing coaching to the unprivileged youth of Kashmir for entrance examination for IITs, NITs, IITs, and other state government colleges. The Distinguished Alumnus Award 2016 of Indian Institute of Technology Kanpur is being conferred upon Mr. Prabhat Singh for his professional excellence in running important PSU sector efficiently and effectively. So good news for all those who think that I'll run away to other countries. So Mr. Prabhat Singh, please. Next, Mr. Sanjeeva Lele. Sanjeeva Lele obtained his BTech degree in mechanical engineering from IIT Kanpur in 1980. He then obtained a PhD degree in mechanical engineering from Cornell University in 1985. Dr. Lele is a world-renowned expert in fluid dynamics and aeroacoustics. He has developed high-accuracy numerical methods for turbulent flow simulation and has used them to advance the scientific understanding of compressibility effects in high-speed flows, sharp turbulence, interaction, and aerodynamic sound generation in unsteady flows. He has developed computational algorithms for aeroacoustic simulation, including methods for direct noise computations and hybrid approaches where noise radiation is predicted using an aeroacoustics theory. His research on turbulent flows has had a major impact on the field of computational fluid dynamics, computational aerodynamics, and computational acoustics. The concept of optimized numerical schemes, minimizing dispersive and dissipative errors, and in particular the optimized compact finite difference schemes he introduced have been widely adopted in many diverse research communities, including turbulence and aeroacoustics, combustion, geophysics, and electromagnetics. Many groups around the world have developed sophisticated simulation and analysis software using these algorithms. Besides this, he has been fairly active in the area of the research related to these areas. During last decade, particularly, he has investigated the airframe noise problems and achieved the first principle prediction of the trailing edge noise for the turbulent flow. More recently, he discovered the mechanism underlying crackle noise from heated supersonic jets, some of the original research papers on boundary conditions for aeroacoustic sound generation in mixing layers and jets, compressibility effects on the turbulence, sharp turbulence interaction have extremely high citations. Dr. Sanjeeva Lele is conferred upon the Distinguished Alumnus Award 2016 of the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, for his academic excellence in outstanding contribution to fluid mechanics research. So, Dr. Sanjeeva Lele, as well as Mrs. Lele, please. So this has been the list of the Distinguished Alumnus Awardee of IIT Kanpur. Over a large number of nominations received, perhaps the largest ever. Now we move on to the next award, and that is Satyendra Kumar Dubey Memorial Award. I will just say a few words about it. The Satyendra Kumar Dubey Memorial Award has been instituted by IIT Kanpur in 2005 in the memory of its alumnus Satyendra Kumar Dubey, BTech Civil Engineering 94, former Deputy General Manager, Project Director of Koderma Project Implementation Unit at National Highway Authority of India. He was tragically done to death on the morning of November 27, 2003 in Gaya, Bihar, while fighting against the corruption in the National Highway Authority of India. He sacrificed his life to uphold the integrity and dignity of his profession. The award is given to any alumna of any IIT who upholds the spirit of Mr. Dubey and who has distinguished himself or herself by displaying the highest professional integrity for upholding human values. Nominations for the award are solicited from all IIT alumnus, faculty, and the staff. Including this year's award, there have been 10 recipients of the award. The first recipient of the award was Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. This year's award is for Mr. K.M. Abraham. K.M. Abraham obtained his M.Tech degree in industrial and the award for Mr. Kejriwal was that being a middle class person, he resigned from the job to follow the Right to Information Act at that particular time. Mr. K.M. Abraham obtained his M.Tech degree in industrial and management engineering from IIT Kanpur in 1989. Prior to that, he had done his B.Tech in civil engineering from the University of Kerala. Later, he obtained his PhD in technology planning from University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. An IS officer of 1982 batch of Kerala cadre, Dr. Abraham has over 35 years of experience in various positions as administrator, regulator, public sector, management executive, etc. He is currently the additional Chief Secretary, Finance to the Government of Kerala. In addition to administrative positions, Dr. Abraham has also held academic assignments, including serving as an adjunct faculty in IME department at IIT Kanpur. He is a member of the board of IIM Kozhikode and IITM Kerala. Dr. Abraham is known as an honest, upright, risk-taking and hard-working officer. When he was a whole-time member of the Security Exchange Board of India, SEBI, from July 2008 to July 2000, his firm stand and action against the Sahara Group and his two companies brought a lot of commendations from all corners for him. He fought against the group and for their raising a large amount of money from the public and trying to bypass the strict laws on investor protection. It was because of his seamless efforts that the companies did not succeed in making a history of scams in the financial market. He was also involved in several significant landmark cases in security markets involving fraud and violations by some major corporate groups. He and his team have formulated many inclusive state policies, such as those for the people with disabilities, gender equality, and transgenders to usher in a more inclusive and just society. He has been conferred with G5's Governance Award 2014 for exceptional achievement and was selected by India Today among the top 10 bureaucrats in the state of Kerala for the year 2014. The chief patron of Taekwondo Kerala Group and a 7-time marathon runner, Dr. Abraham, could not make to this stage today, this afternoon. He this morning told that perhaps the chief secretary has some assembly session and he was very much required, so he has to cancel his trip to IIT Kanpur. For his honesty, probity, and exemplary dedication in maintaining the highest professional integrity, Indian Institute of Technology Kanpur confers on Dr. K.M. Abraham the Satyendra K. Dubey Memorial Award 2016. That concludes the list of the awardees, distinguished alumnus awardees, and the Satyendra Kumar Dubey Memorial Awardee. The session on the two will resume after about 40-45 minutes. So all those who have logged in from other places, please note that we will resume the session after about 45 minutes again, and we will listen to these recipients who have been here on the stage today about their reminiscences, about their professional life and their days at IIT Kanpur. So please remain in tune. Thank you so much.
We could do it later.
Don't tell me. I mean, I'm not the one who's organizing. I'm just doing whatever I'm asked to do.
We made a plan. You're already running.
Can you see the speed at which I was reading?
No. This photograph, we could do it later.
See, that's
just to organize them. The speeches are.
May I now please request the chief guest, the guest of the honor, and the director to please take their seats in the audience. May I please request those standing to be seated so we can go on with the program.
It's not yet over, very much on. So please take your seat so that we can move on. All of you are requested to kindly please take your seats.
All right, thank you for that. May I now please request the director, chief guest, and the guest of honor to take your seats in the audience. And I'd like to invite on the dais Professor Ajit Chaturvedi, the Deputy Director, to introduce the guest of honor. Please.
So it's my pleasure to introduce the guest of honor, Professor Ajit Prasad. Professor Ajit Prasad, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, is an alumnus of St. Stephen's College and Delhi School of Economics and has a PhD in econometrics. He has worked with the government, industry and academia. As a member of the Indian Economic Service, he worked in the Planning Commission during the 6th plan period. He has been with the State Bank of India and the Steel Authority of India as their chief economist. Professor Prasad has been instrumental in the preparation of corporate plans for companies as diverse as Crebico, Hindustan Zinc Limited, and SIIC. In the academic world, Professor Prasad has been a faculty at MDI, IMI, IIM Raipur, SP Jain Institute of Management, IIFT, etc. He has also taught at Maastricht School of Management, ESCP Paris, and at the University of London. He publishes eclectically, the latest being his paper in the Journal of Management Research, titled The Oxymoron That is Business Ethics. It is a pleasure to have him with us today as a guest of honor. Please join me in welcoming Professor Prasad.
Good evening, everyone, although I believe half the audience has left. Okay, happens to the best of us. Very short, very brief, and I'll stick to the 5 or to 7 minutes thing that has been allocated to me. How do I begin? At the outset, I must say that I'm very humbled at being present in today's function. A very long time ago, in 1973, I cleared the JEE exam, and I stepped into the world of metallurgical engineering at IIT Kanpur. I was a disappointed person because I wanted to study aeronautical engineering here in IIT Kanpur, which I didn't get, low rank in the JEE. But that dream did not fructify, and as fate would have it, I wound up studying economics in the university. But part of the dream is come today. It's come true today that I'm here in IIT Kanpur in the presence of such illustrious people would have taught me or would have been part of this institution. And I'm very proud to be here. The Director of IIT Kanpur, Dr. Manna, Secretary Higher Education, Mr. Vinesh Oberoi, and distinguished guests, alumni that are here. 56 years in existence, 56 years of excellence, 56 years of helping India and millions of Indians to remain at par with the world in terms of technology. That's really what IIT Kanpur is all about. When Dr. Manna said that we are the best in the world, I believe that. And IIT Kanpur today is really the top-ranking institution among all the IITs. It is the far-sightedness and futuristic vision of national leaders post-independence that they created institutions of excellence like the IITs and the IIMs. The IITs came in much earlier than the IIMs. IITs started in fact, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but IIT Kanpur was the first IIT which was set up way back in the 1950s. And, 61 was the year in which IIM Calcutta was set up. So the IIT League is slightly senior to the IIM League. Since then, of course, India has had a strong focus on technology and education. You've got 20 IIMs now. You've got about 23 IITs spread all over the country. The focus on science and technology, realizing that it is a key element of economic growth. India today ranks the third among the most attractive investments in terms of destination of technology transactions in the world. Thanks to the institutions like these, India is among the topmost countries in the world in the field of scientific research, positioned as one of the top 5 nations in the field of space exploration. The country is ranked 9th globally, number of scientific publications, and 12th in the number of patents filed, many of them which can be contributed to this particular institution, IIT Kanpur. According to NASSCOM, India's analytics industry is expected to rise to US 16 billion by the year 2025 from the current 2 billion, and again, all thanks to great institutions like this. The government and policymakers are trying to create an environment where India can aggressively work towards establishing itself as a leader in industrialization and technological development. Institutions like IIT Kanpur are helping them give this initiative a much needed push. Today, our research institutions have clearly understood that for long-term growth, advancement, what is required is technology which is beneficial to them. Beneficial to them individually, beneficial to the human race, and beneficial to the planet Earth in total. One can see the intrinsic research on developing technologies which will not only help in reduction of costs, but also the harm done to the environment on a regular. Earlier, the focus was on developing technology which relied heavily on taking away from planet Earth. Today, the focus has changed. It is on developing technologies by which we can pay back to Mother Earth. Scientific institutions cannot work in isolation. I have been talking with Director Manna of possible collaborations between the two institutions which are here in the state, IIT Kanpur and IIM Lucknow. I'm sure we'll be able to work something out. But we need IIT Kanpur needs us, and if we have a common sharing of resources, then obviously it's better for the country, it's better for the nation, it's better for this world. Indian government has signed an MOU with leading scientific institutions in India to construct maintenance-free highways, and that will cut down recurring costs and also the harm done to environment on a regular basis. In a small way, we have also done something in Lucknow. I think later on this month we're having the Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Forests come and inaugurate. We've set up a solar plant on the top of our buildings, and part of the collaboration was also through IIT Kanpur expertise, and a couple of your professors had come down to help us evaluate the technology. That is the collaboration that we seek between sister institutions. What does the future hold? As I told you, in a small effort, we at IIM Lucknow have also jumped onto the bandwagon of solar energy. Later this month, we'll be inaugurating our solar plant, which will take care of 25% of the total energy consumption, reducing our carbon footprint. In future, we hope to collaborate with brilliant minds at IIT Kanpur to delve into sustainable existence, setting up an analytics lab, and also making the ultimate move towards incubators and job creation. Thank you very much for this opportunity to come and share some of my thoughts with you. It's been a wonderful experience, this whole Foundation Day, and I'm sure I'm going to steal some of these ideas away and try to implement that also in IIM. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
I would now like to invite Professor Manna, our director, to please introduce the chief guest, Mr. Vinay Sri Oberoi, Secretary MHRD, to please deliver, for him to deliver the Foundation Day lecture.
On the occasion of the Institution Foundation Day, it's my privilege to introduce Sri Vinay Sri Oberoi, Secretary, Ministry of Human Resources and Development, Government of India. Sri Oberoi completed his schooling from the Doon School, Dehradun, and graduated in Economics Honours from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University, with a postgraduate degree in Economics from the Delhi School of Economics. As a student, he served as President, Delhi School of Economics Student Union. He had passion for teaching from his early days and has taught economics at Delhi University. He joined the Indian Administrative Service in 1979 in Assam Meghalaya cadre, where he served in various capacities as Deputy Commissioner and District Magistrate, Barpeta, Joint Secretary, Home and Political, Government of Assam, before deputing to the Government of India, where he served in the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs. After returning from deputation to Assam, he served as Finance Secretary and Secretary Agriculture Department, Commissioner and Secretary, Government of Assam, Agriculture Production Commissioner and Principal Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, Agriculture, Horticulture, Irrigation, Forest, Sericulture and Weaving, Environment, Border Trade, Urban Development and Infrastructure. He has served as consultant to the World Bank for financial appraisal of social sector projects in India and as Chief Industry and Technology at the UNDP Country Office, New Delhi, overseeing the industry and technology portfolio. Sri Oberoi represented our country at various international fora, including the first replenishment of resources of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, discussions on modifications of the Land Mines Protocol 1995-96, and adoption of the Protocol Against Blinding and Laser Weapon 1995. Sri Oberoi has served as the guest faculty at the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration and other training institutions and delivered lectures on financial flows, external assistance, resourcing of the education sector, and the new economic policy. Sri Oberoi is a winner of the Swarna Kamal, the National Film Awards in 2000 as executive producer of the Best Non-Feature Film of the Year. The film was In the Forest Hands a Bridge. And I'm told Sri Oberoi is the only IAS officer to have ever ventured into that field and getting this kind of a national recognition. Before taking up the assignment of Secretary, Higher Education, Ministry of Human Resource Development in June 2015, he served as Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development. Before I end, I must also add one more line here, that in our interaction with the ministry, there's one thing about Mr. Oberoi that always has impressed all of us, the directors of the national institutes. The way he deals the most difficult situations, we have never seen him perturbed, even in the most difficult time. And that's a lesson to be learned, particularly for some of us who had no prior administrative experience. I once again welcome Sri Oberoi, who despite his busy schedule, consented to visit our institute and grace the Institute Foundation Day function. Sir.
Thank you, Professor Manna, for those kind words. I must remember them and tell my wife. I'm sure she'll be very impressed. At the Foundation Day, and Foundation Days are occasions to look back, look around, and look ahead. And in some ways, I think we should do all three. It's been very heartening and encouraging that the alumni are here and are being recognized for their achievements. It's very heartening that the faculty is here, and I've had, for the better part of the day, opportunities to interact with them. And of course, the students who are our primary stakeholders. We in India have perhaps one of the largest educational systems in the world. And over the next years, the decades, this is going to get larger in terms of the student population, the number of institutions, and the sheer diversity of what we do. And, I've often thought over the last 2 years in this assignment as Secretary in the Ministry of Human Resource Development, what are our priorities? And it's not easy, but I think as a country we've focused on access, that is access to education for our population, for the children, and as they grow older as students. And to a great extent, we have managed to make strides there. In school education, the participation rate, that is children who get to go to school, has grown, and it is now just not in one state or two states, but in most states of the country, it is around 97–98%. What is less heartening is the dropout rate, that is children are dropping out of school, and there is a gender gap, there is a gender divide that I think we must overcome in the years to come. There are issues of equity, because when I look at who is dropping out, or who has less access, or who has less privileged access, it tends to be amongst the disadvantaged sections of society. I think we owe it to ourselves as a country to be able to overcome that. Whether it's tribals or people living in difficult and remote areas. And this gets wider as you go up the educational ladder. The divisions get wider and deeper. When you talk of the digital divide, the divide is sharpest in amongst the disadvantaged. But over the last 2 years, I think we focused, or tried to focus, on what I think is the third pillar of what we should be looking at, which is quality. It's the quality of education that is really going to make the difference. We will overcome the access, we can do it, and I think there are ways in which we're trying to address this. Equity is something that needs commitment and resolve, and I think we can do it. But quality is in the hands of you and me, our faculties, our teachers, our institutions. And that's, I think, where we need to make the difference. Let me turn to the IITs and, when I look at our educational system, it's over 48,000 colleges, 746 universities, and in the central sector we have about 190, of which more than 100 are institutions of national importance, including now 23 IITs, 20 IIMs, and as of last week, 6 IISERs. These are growing, and of course the Indian Institute of Science, Anurag is here. When I get to the access part of it, the All India Council of Technical Education, for some reason, which I've not always agreed with, sanctions engineering seats. And they had last year 18.2 lakh engineering seats. Well, those are good numbers. 8.4 lakh were vacant. And that probably tells you something. It tells you something about the demand for engineering. It tells you something about the demand for good quality engineering as opposed to indifferent or low quality. But it also tells you about the mushrooming of engineering institutions that took place in the years from the late 90s, probably for 10 to 12 years after that. And then I look at the other side. And what we've seen in technical education, and let me put together the IITs, the NITs, the triple IITs, whether it's in the government mode or the PPP mode and the ISERs. Let me add the schools of planning and architecture. This year, the IITs did 10,604 BTech admissions. And if I add up all of the admissions that came through this churning process of the JEE, the mains and the advanced, and I put these institutions together, I get about 30,000 seats. And averaging a 4-year profile for a student, some have actually 5 years and some have 3, and in fact, at least one IIM now has a 5-year integrated course. But let me use 4. I'm looking at 1.2 lakh seats. So of those 8.4, 1.2 lakh were the elite premier central institutions. So these are two trends. The lowering of engineering education, meaning of low quality or poor quality or indifferent quality engineering education, and the expansion of the premier institutions. I know there are issues of faculty, of infrastructure. These are, and the IITs, of course, with 22 plus 1, 23 IITs are facing these issues. But it's important that we continue to expand the good quality institutions, and it's important that the good quality institutions deliver good quality education. And that's, I think, what has been driving a lot of what we do. I look back at some of the initiatives of the last 2 years, and I use the 2 years because this is the period that I have actually been with the Ministry of HRD. We get a lot of pressure on global rankings, why our institutions are not globally ranked, or why is it that they don't figure in the first, whatever, 50, 100, 200, 400. Well, there are some issues with global ranking systems, and without naming the global ranking systems, perception is one of them. There's a very high premium on perception. They're weighted on that. What is perception? Perception is online or other polling of maybe 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 people. Secondly, where else do we not score? Insularity, the diversity of our student and faculty populations. The IITs began actually with young and not so young faculty members going abroad for acquiring postdocs or coming back with PhDs. It happens to a much lesser extent. We have very few foreign faculty in our institutions. I'm not saying you should have foreign faculty for the sake of foreign faculty, but faculty diversity is an issue when you are looking at rankings. So is student population. I mean, with the 96,000 or so Indian students who went to the US last year, we actually got back, 76 American students came to India. I mean, that's a huge asymmetry. So there is a need. And breaking the insularity is good. And I think that it's important, but just moving away from the global rankings, one of the successes of the past year, and it's a lot to do with the IITs who worked on it, Kharagpur, Kanpur, Professor Surendra Prasad of IIT Delhi. I think the National Institutional Ranking Framework Of the 3,640 institutions that participated, I received 2 complaints. One was valid, one was not valid. But I think that is an achievement. By and large, the ranking framework as has been developed and is being put in practice, I think is fairly objective, it's non-intrusive, it's by and large data capture. The imprint program, which I think was referred to, which is piloted, led by IIT Kanpur. It's one of the first times that we're trying to get ministries to back, to put their money where their intentions are, with the IITs and other institutions. It's still a struggle, and it's not easy, and it's not going to be easy, but I think that's been another important initiative. The GYAN program, which is coordinated by IIT Kanpur, I had thought that we would be able to bring 300 foreign eminent faculty to India and we began on 30th November at Gandhinagar. We've actually so far cleared 770, and I hope that we can build this up. I think it's important to bring foreign faculty to India. The synergies are important. The collaborations that I hope will develop will be important. But I think GYAN has been one of the successes, and we hope to build on it. There is a variant of GYAN, which is I'm not sure I agree with the acronym, but it's called GRIN, which is on the research side. Similar, instead of a credit or a part of a semester, for a research collaboration between institutions. Last week, the Union Cabinet cleared the National Academic Depository. I come under tremendous pressure for what are called fake degrees or verifications or processes. If you want to study in the United States of America or wherever, the process of getting your degree certified, authenticated, whatever, notarized, it is backbreaking, time-consuming, and most importantly, humiliating. So just as you do your shares, the 2 recognized depositories of SEBI, NSDL and NDSL and CSDL will now take it on. I hope from maybe 2 weeks from now. It's going to take time filling in all the academic awards. It's not just degrees, PhDs and postgraduate and graduate degrees, but also your school marks, mark sheets, transcripts, diplomas, certificates, meaning all of this will have to go on. And the utility of such a venture is only good when it's comprehensive, meaning you have to go back in time, and I hope that we'll be able to do it. But the depositories have tremendous experience. If they can handle those millions and millions and millions of shares, they can surely handle this. So that's the intention, and that I hope will come on. The online, at the rate that our gross enrollment ratio is about 23-24%, which means that less than a quarter of young people in the age cohort actually get to acquire higher education. It is the intention to raise it to 30% over the next 5 or 6 years. But what does that mean in terms of infrastructure? What does it mean in terms of faculties, in terms of having the qualified faculty to run these institutions? One possible way, and it cannot be a complete solution, is the online courses, the MOOCs, and of course there is a platform which is ready. We have already launched the 32 DTH channels. I watched them. DTH is important because it reaches areas that are otherwise very difficult to reach, remote areas, distant areas. But I hope that in a month we will have this on, and that the best of our faculties, and of course IIT Kanpur has the experience, IIT Madras has the NPTEL, IIT Bombay has had the edX, they've all had experience in running these courses and running this form of education delivery. IIM Bangalore is another one. And I hope that all of this will also come on, and that's another way of trying to close the gap because I don't think you can deny or should deny opportunities to students, but I don't see infrastructure being built at the same rate. We're still trying to complete the commitments of 2008 and 2009. What else do we look at? I think there is concern at the pressure that comes on to students within the IIT system, years of preparation. In most cases, dominantly most cases, inability to actually get a seat in an IIT or an NIT. Children come under pressure, they come under pressure from their peers, from their parents, from everybody. And when they do get into the institutions, there is more pressure. And I've been speaking to the heads of institutions, to the vice chancellors, to the heads of our other institutions, that there have to be ways, you have to pick this up early, there have to be good counseling systems, there have to be systems by which withdrawal or inability to cope or whatever it is picked up early. Remedial coaching, remedial teaching is one solution. Losing a student life is, I think, unforgivable. And our institutions and systems have to be geared to pick this up very early. We've asked the IIMs, and because they are the institutions with perhaps the experience in management, leadership, motivation. These are skills that they teach and impart and study routinely. Because education administration is done by people who have not been formally trained for it. In higher education, you've always had systems which said good teachers are those who do good research, and that is true. But then, coming in as a director or a dean or a hostel warden requires another type of skill, and I think it's time that we began to institutionalize this. We've sent, in health administration, we've sent a trickle of people to John Hopkins for masters in health administration. That's not good enough. We need to have that capacity in our own country. The research industry and academia linkage. Somewhere this needs to come together. I talk to industry, they say, but the academic institutions, they don't really work on what we want, or they don't understand what we want. When you look at the academic institutions, they say, but they don't really sort of come out with their funds, or they go elsewhere for their technology or other requirements. This has to close. Meaning, this is not something that the country can afford. And I think that we need to look at this very seriously. Initiatives like Imprint or, Vishwajit is a variant, these are important. Let me come to one other thing. In some ways, all of us who've been through these institutions have been privileged. We've been privileged to receive a great education from great teachers, and for the most part, with great institutions. There is something about giving back, and we've tried to encourage institutions on ground to reach out to their communities. The Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is one such effort. But more importantly, in so many ways, I think we need to bring that principle and practice to the stakeholders, to faculties, to students, to institutions, that life is not just about what you can get out of the system, but it's also what you can give back to the system. So, in a sense, that has been something that we've been trying to promote over the last year and a half. The IITs, and if you look back to Professor Kelkar, who in some sense, is the founding director of the IIT Kanpur, and many others who actually built these institutions, when they visioned them, they didn't see them as engineering institutions, but they saw them as much wider. So Professor Kelkar is actually a record in terms of the kind of IIT, the kind of institution that he would like to build, which had a place for inquiry into the humanities and the social sciences and so on. Today the IITs are beginning to move in that direction, as are other institutions. The word university comes from actually universal, and it's sort of a medieval or post-Renaissance evolution of the universities. They were broad. It was not that you did one or the other, and you brought both students and researchers who inquired into every aspect of human life. I'd like to remember Homi Bhabha, who is perhaps one of the great exponents of Western classical music. I look at the IITs today. IIT Madras has actually a center for heritage conservation, that is heritage buildings. IIT Hyderabad has that. The credit system allows you to offer students the choice. It can't just be about what's on the platter from the departments. It has to be more broad sweep. And American universities discovered this fairly early. And so you can go in for an undergraduate education in the US and the choice is eclectic. You almost have time to settle into what you want to do. I think that we would benefit, and I think the direction, we're looking at establishment of the Jayaprakash Narayan Center for Excellence in Social Sciences, and the choice is honing in on IIT Indore. So I think the IITs are beginning to emerge as the universities of the century, and not just the institutes of technology, which I personally think is a good thing. I mean, there is some excellent work on, by the way, IIT Gandhinagar is establishing its Center for Archaeology. If you want to study archaeology in India, there is one college in the country, the Deccan College in Pune, otherwise there's no other place. So these are also branches of scientific inquiry. I mean, I'd like to go, archaeology incidentally is a legacy of Napoleon, or Napoleon's army in Egypt. I mean, that's where the science of archaeology began. So let me say that this is the time for churning in the educational sector, and this is a time for both introspection and action. But the basics, and I go back to the first minute of when I began speaking, which is access. It's important, and I think we're trying to do what we can. Equity for our country is very important, meaning, for a country that is so remarkably diverse, we cannot have sections of the population which are disadvantaged, or, for instance, whether it's through physical disability or social disability or economic disadvantage. But really what's going to make the difference is quality. And that, I think, is the message that we've been trying to give to institutions across the spectrum. That it's the quality that's going to count. The fact that the country spends $18 billion a year on educating its children in the United States, I'd love to have them back here. I'd love to have them here in our institutions. And that's a lot of money, we can do a lot with that. But, it's the IIT Kanpur. And in a sense, it's, it's sort of matured. It's one of the first of the 5 IITs. And I think it's, as it looks ahead to the future, it's probably going to be one of the lead institutions that we see. And of course, directors are important, but faculties and students. And I hope that alumni will play a greater role, not only in contributing to, but in the guiding and governance of these institutions. Thank you very much.
All right. I would now like to invite or re-invite Professor Krita Shankar to take over the proceedings for the reminiscences.
Well, I must say welcome once again, and particularly those who have logged in now. There is a small query. Let me first respond to that. This program is being held in L19. L19, if you remember L7, so it is in that sequence, so it has now gone to L20. And this program is being held in L19. This building is, if some of you could see, is a very good classroom. It is nearly in front of the central library, and perhaps the place where you used to celebrate the cultural festival, which now has been renamed as Antaragni for the last 20 years. And for some time it was Ramlila Maidan also. It's about that place that this program is being conducted. Since the numbers have swollen up since then, you may like to know that you had hall 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at that time. Now we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 was inaugurated today. So that I think is enough for you to please visit your alma mater soon to see the numbers growing. So let me resume here the reminiscence from the awardees of today. We have Mr. Desai, I think, had to leave urgently. So we will again go in the same order, and that is the order of the roll number. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 awardees to now say something, share their views. So to begin with, I will request Mr. Vishnu Agrawal to kindly come over and share his views with the awardees.
Friends, I do not really know how many would remember, including my batchmates, that the admissions in the 1966 batch was the first time that IIT Kanpur had through the JEE, because the pioneer batch did not undergo through the JEE. It's a different matter that the JEE in those years was much rather simpler. Otherwise, half of the people that you see over here from our batch, including myself, we wouldn't have been here. Well, that's a fact. Amongst my first reminiscences of coming to IIT Kanpur was that when I was one of those fortunate ones to have been selected, and when I went home and told one of the friends of my father, who was an engineer, that I was planning to go to IIT Kanpur, he said, "Arey, ruk jao, agli saal Rurki mein ho jayega, tumhara koshish karna, Rurki jana." Providence had something else for me, and 50 years down the line, I really feel delighted that Providence held for me coming into IIT Kanpur and not today what is known as IIT Roorkee. But it also shows that people at large didn't know what IIT Kanpur stood for, what IIT Kanpur was going to create. This was just before 1961. Now I would like to take you to 1965, just prior to the pioneer batch, which was supposed to be graduating. We all had been fed with the idea that we were being taught science, social sciences, pure sciences. We were supposed to be research engineers, we were supposed to be engineering scientists, at least at that time and maybe even today. I don't understand the fathom of the entire meaning of these words, but that is what was being told to us. And the first batch was obviously worried about the type of jobs they are going to get after having gone through this unconventional education at IIT Kanpur. So Professor Kelkar invited Sir Padampat Singhania. the dawn of the Indian industry. He was counted as number 3 or number 4 in the Indian industry. A man from Kanpur, very close to the institute. Immediately next year, he also took over as the chairman of the board of governors. My friends will remember our degrees have been signed by Sir Padampat Singhania. When Sir Padampat Singhania talked about the role of the graduating engineers in the JK industries, he said, I don't want scientist engineers. I don't want you to touch the designs of my plants. I've got the best plants, I've imported the best technology, and all that I want is that engineers should keep on running it. Why do I want people to think independently and maybe destroy my plans? As a bonus for all the love that he had for IIT Kanpur, he said, I normally pay 500 rupees for an engineer who works in the shift. That's 500 is per month. But for IIT Kanpur graduates, I'll pay 800 rupees. Some of us would remember that some of our batchmates initially went and joined JK Synthetics. He managed to get himself posted in the night shift. Is he around here? Yes, I really don't know. Yes, I can see him here. He managed to get himself posted in the night shift, and all that he did was continue his old game of Team Patti during the shift. Because obviously it was a truth. There was nothing required to be done in the plants those days. And that was the thought process of the top captains of industry in those days. They did not believe into what sort of education was happening over here. But why did it happen? It happened because of one person, whom I call the magician, who was weaving magic through his own ideas, Dr. Kelkar. I am told now that even some people in the academics, in the engineering education system of the country at that time, did not believe in all that Dr. Kelkar was trying to do. The people at large did not trust the academics from this institution. The captains of this industry felt that they don't require the type of people who are being educated here. Probably some from the academic institutions doubted the quality and the use of efficacy of the education that was being taken place. So you can imagine a second batch, what we must be thinking, where are we going? Certainly not JK Industries, but of course, unless you wanted to play Team Patti at night in the shift, that was a different matter altogether. It probably took the end of the decade, probably the early 70s, when some of our graduates who went to the US did well. Some of the work that was being done within the institute was appreciated. And more than that, what is probably not documented, not realized, that some of us who went out in the job markets or when we became as managers, what we did, what we had learned from this institution, and not only the engineering part of it. More than anything else, we learned to trust our fellow beings, to trust our juniors. Because we, when we came here as little kids out of class 11, we were given free access to the computer center, to the library, to the TV center, 24/7. Who would put that trust in a student in the engineering education system or in the education system in the country at that time? But we had that liberty. We had the liberty, some of my friends from the electrical engineering department would remember, Professor Schreiber was carrying out a course in television engineering. We went through it. He taught us everything, including how to fix the wires. D, V, S, S, N, A, B, C, X, Y, Z, Murthy we used to call him, if you all remember, who was the technician for the TV center. We went underneath the tables along with him to do the wiring. Professor Schreiber encouraged us to do it. He encouraged us to come and fiddle with the TV equipment, which was just imported brand new. And probably till the last day he didn't tell us that he had no intentions of giving us a written examination for evaluating the grades. But he was all watchful. He did give the grades. We did all of us who went through that program would remember we did get the grades. I also remember Professor Acton used to teach us computer science. Some of us were in a hurry of coming out of the institute and managed to complete his course in the first attempt. There was someone from our class who managed to go through 3 attempts and still Professor Acton won't give him the pass grade. So probably at the 3rd instance, or I don't remember, was it the 4th instance, Professor Acton said, this is too much. I have to pass you this year. But how do I do it? So he said, you come for coaching to my house every day. And I'm told that this fellow would go and have beer in his house rather than, well, those were the days that we had. But more than anything else, 50 years down the line, when you remember, each one of us has had a very successful career in our own professions. And again, I'm reminded what Dr. Kelkar told us once. We had some cultural function or eve in Hall 1, and I don't remember the occasion, and Dr. Kelkar in his imitable style said, this is the place where you have the confluence of Ma Saraswati and Durga. Saraswati is going to give you the teaching, and having learned engineering or education, having had that, you will develop the strength which you will get from Ma Durga for standing by and doing well. Each one of us who have been successful in these 50 years in our profession have had the trinity where Lakshmi has also smiled on them. And that is what the vision which Dr. Kelkar had, which we probably never realized that as kids at that time, but which we now realize. And it is that freedom which we learned in the institute. It is that mutual respect that we learned for others. It is the new thing that we saw over here, where there was nothing like a senior or a junior. I think one of our professors just mentioned that he was giving a lecture, and some of the biggies like Professor C.N.R. Rao, Professor George were the tutors. And this was something unique. And each one of them has been able to practice it subconsciously, if not very consciously, in our own professions. It is usually fashionable to say that your alma mater is a great place. But it is not important to say. What is important is, if it has molded your thinking, molded your performance, then truly it has done a job. And I'm sure my batchmates, a whole lot of them who are present here, and even those who are not present here, I echo their sentiments by saying that each one has experienced in our own professional lives the spirit of IIT Kanpur, for which it is so famous. Dhanyavad.
By any chance, so Desai is here? No, I think he has left already. So I'll request now the next Sir Anurag Kumar, the list, to kindly come over and share your views.
Good evening, everyone. Reminiscence can go on forever, so I thought I will take some time, because I was told I have 8 minutes, and type something up on a few pieces of paper. And I will probably read from here and speak from here. First of all, it's certainly a great honor for me to be called back to my alma mater about 40 years after I graduated, and be honored in this way. And I would thank the administration profusely for giving me this honor. There are many thoughts that come to my mind when I think back about IIT Kanpur. Growing up, we became as boys, probably left as men, learning so much in so many different disciplines. imbibing the atmosphere, the unique atmosphere of this institution. I'll speak about that. Clearly remember coming in Kalka Mail one day with a trunk in those days, being assigned a room in Hall 3, being introduced to my roommate, whom I then essentially, the association continued for 5 years. It was, an era where the monsoons were there, we were dragged, we were taken out at night, pulled out of our beds, fishing for tadpoles in the tennis courts. So that was the first few weeks, first few months of our getting into IIT Kanpur. The next experience was the teaching. IIT Kanpur was a great institution to learn in. Very knowledgeable, very well prepared, inspiring professors, regular homeworks, regular quizzes, tutorials and examinations, very well equipped and maintained laboratories. The laboratories at that time were quite fresh, very well maintained, and everything was in its place, and the professors knew what they were teaching us. Any question that we had in our experiments, we had an explanation for it. An intense exposure to mind-boggling series of topics. So much so that at the end of 5 years, one felt that one had learned everything that was to be known in engineering. A very socially interesting era. We grew up, growing up from being boys to becoming men in the company of some of the sharpest minds, close friendships, great bull sessions, enjoying and sharing each other's talents, groups, gangs, rivalries, a remarkably memorable period. 1970s India, we were there in the 1970s, a unique period, bell-bottoms, printed shirts, early years of Amitabh Bachchan, The Angry Young Man, Sholay, Bobby, first day, first show, first in the queue every Friday evening on the SFS L7 program, movie program. Again, rewind to 1972. It was a remarkable era to be an electrical engineer. The innovative energies unleashed by the Second World War, the Cold War and the space race were suddenly exploding in remarkable technologies. I recall that we were just in our second year taking our first course in electronics. A couple of professors from MIT came and talked about the first microprocessor that had just come out. Some of the material that we were reading, that we were learning, were being taught from the very first textbooks in those areas, Carver and Mead, Millman and Halkias, industry notes and Texas Instruments and Burr-Brown were being taught to us. The IBM computer had just come, punch cards were being used at that time, and then PDP-11 came, and we played our first Space Wars game on the PDP-11 in the computer center. One of the professors, T.R. Vishwanathan, I remember, acquired the first word processor and began to type his book out with a word processor for the first time perhaps in the country. The personal communication revolution was still 25 years in the future, mid-90s, we were still in the 70s. Personal communication depended on a rickety phone network. We had just one landline phone in the entire hostel, entire Hall 3. So the only contact with our parents was inland letters, those little blue inland letters which we wrote about 6 of per semester, and today we exchange 6 WhatsApp messages every minute. Forward to 77, completing my BTech in 1977 at IIT Kanpur and beginning a PhD in Cornell. Although I had gone there for a research program in biomedical engineering, I found that I was more interested in the theory and got interested in information theory and probability theory and did some research in that. In that period, I had the unique opportunity of spending 1 year in Stanford, because my professor was on sabbatical there. I completed some courses out there and therefore soaked in the ambiance of 2 graduate schools, one in the East Coast, Cornell, and one in the West Coast, Stanford. We have so much to learn from them, I must say. After completing a PhD in 81, I then joined Bell Labs. And I often say that I went to 3 universities, IIT Kanpur, Cornell, and Bell Labs, because Bell Labs was a great learning experience. At Bell Labs, I had the opportunity to participate in what makes US research and innovation system what it is. Researchers with high academic credentials, working collaboratively on very forward-looking practical systems, using cutting-edge concepts and tools to develop trend-setting products and systems that the world then uses. In 1983, got married. My wife Pamela is here in the audience. She went to graduate school in Rutgers University and also joined Bell Labs, and luckily we were in the same building together. Mid-80s is when the field of research began, which I made my career for the next 30 years. Packet networking came, email came. We were learning the 7-layer model, you won't believe it, in the mid-80s in Bell Labs, pouring through Tannenbaum's notes, understanding what a 7-layer model meant, and then, of course, the rest is history. Came back to India in 1988, joined IISc. I was put in charge of the IISc hub of the first packet network in the country. That packet network involved, of course, the 6 IITs at that time, including IIT Guwahati, and a node in Delhi and a node in Bombay. These 8 institutions together began the first packet network in the country. It was like the ARPANET of India. Email began, although it appears to be in retrospect routine technology. At that time, it was remarkable for us to touch it, to work with it, to install it, and to bring their service to the country. So those are my reminiscences in IIT Kanpur and my career. Finally, in closing, I would like to thank all professors at IIT Kanpur who shaped our thinking at this early stage. The dedication to their subjects and to their teaching has been an inspiration for me up to this day. When I teach, I recall their teaching to us. The atmosphere of open discussion, free of hierarchy, as has been said many times today, a characteristic I saw in IIT Kanpur and also during my years in the US, has been a strong influence of how I myself have dealt with people in a professional setting. I want to thank my batchmates at IIT Kanpur, my colleagues over the years at Bell Labs and IISc, and my students. We learned together, we shared our knowledge freely, and through our research, we created new knowledge. I want to thank the Institute of Science, a remarkable bastion of higher education in science and engineering, where I have now worked for 28 years and have made the bulk of my professional contributions. Finally, I would like to thank my family, my parents, for their unstinted support, my wife and children for their love, understanding, affection, and togetherness, without which I would not have achieved what I have achieved. Thank you again for conferring on me this unique honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Anurag Kumar. The next one is Mr. Prabhat Singh. Please.
Good evening, everyone. And I must thank IIT alumni for giving me this opportunity to be here, and obviously giving me this very distinguished alumnus award, and that too with people like Mr. Anurag Kumar, with people like Sanjeev Keshav Lele, whom we have always revered in our mind, because for Lele, etc., we can say there were 2-3 people in my batch which I can say that it's an honor to be called colleagues to them, or students, or I would say batchmates to them. Mr. Anurag Kumar, I remember, he may not be remembering when we had actually joined in 1975. Sir, you were the person who had organized the orientation for our batch, and you had taken us around. I still remember this IBM DEC System 10 or whatever, 1020 it was called that one time, and you had showed us from the outside. We were looking through the glass, what kind of a machine is this? And now today you see a small, in our own hands, we have this mobile phone which is powerful beyond anything which we can think about. Somebody had done a calculation showing that all the kinds of applications which are today in this small handheld equipment are worth nearly $1 million, basically. So technology has really gone far ahead. But leaving aside, let me just acknowledge what Professor Biswas had said, because he talked about the badminton hall, and we happened to be at that point of time. I was in the badminton team at that point of time, and I would say it is some kind of very small repayment to what efforts Professor Biswas mentioned that point, that 1976 the games were held here, and it was in 1978 that IIT Kanpur won the gold in badminton, and that tournament was held at that point of time in IIT Bombay. So, and I still remember I used to be the number 4 player in the team, and Professor Ganguly would be remembering, because he mentioned he had done it from Austin, Texas. Mukul Mani Sharma is there, who's actually teaching, he's our batch, and he used to be the number 2 player, and Atul Goyal used to be the number 1 player, Sanjeev Madan used to be there. So we all used to play badminton with full earnest, because there was no coach for badminton at that point of time. Early in the morning, Dada used to be the coach for hockey team, and 5:30 or so he used to wake us up, and we used to run from here right up to Kalyanpur, just because Dada used to treat us with milk and jalebis there. So we really had a great time, and I remember the finals match in IIT Bombay, because I was the 4th player, as I am saying, and somehow or the other we had these 2 players, Atul and Mukul, they used to really play well. And it used to be a game where points were being scored. So we were playing against IIT Kharagpur at that point of time. And somehow what happened was that Mukul, who used to be a person who had great stamina, etc., he lost his singles. And then the doubles match also, somehow or the other, our team was really great, but still we lost that. I was the number 4 who had not played even a single tournament at that point of time, and I had to reach onto the court. But luck favored, although I faltered quite a lot, and I'm quite sure Professor Biswas, at that point of time, sitting in the audience, might have felt that he's fielded the wrong player in the field. But we made it, and we got the gold that year. Apart from this, one other incident I would just like to say, that the camaraderie between the batchmates, if some people are here who have been teaching in the chemical department, etc., Lele would remember there's a batchmate of ours who's called Alok Sabu. I still remember in L7 we were having this mid-semester exam. And suddenly Sabu raised his hand. He said, "Sir, I want a graph." So obviously from every corner of the room there was a request, graph, graph, graph. So everybody took a graph. And then everybody tried whatever was to be done. And when the paper was over, everybody was coming out. Then everybody started asking Sabu, "Bhai, wo tumne kaise solve kiya graph se? Yaar, solve bhi nahi hua हमारे से." तो साबू ने कहा कि आई एम सॉरी यार, मैंने जब देखा उसको तो ग्राफ से तो वो सॉल्व ही नहीं हो सकता था. सो आई सॉल्व्ड इट द अदर वे, एंड दैट वाज इट. एवरीबडी जस्ट पाइल्ड ऑन टू साबू एंड गेव हिम अ बिग थ्रैशिंग कि तुमने वापस क्यों नहीं किया ग्राफ. सो दैट इज समथिंग व्हिच इज रियली, वी ऑल मिस दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स व्हिच आर देयर. Overall, I would say IIT has given us something much more than technical education, because Professor Balasubramanian mentioned, the humanities part is something which we still cherish. Everything which we have done till now, it boils down to how to break the ice. You can't talk about Thomson and Kreyszig in mathematics, basically, or fluid mechanics, if you want to actually break a conversation with somebody. You have to talk about something sensible, which is much more people can understand and people can relate to. So all the courses which we did in philosophy, we did in economics, we did in sociology, they were a great asset. And in the same way, I would say that there perhaps is a need at this point of time also in the curriculum, although because it's now been 4 years only. And I must say it must be a heavy loss, because I'm sure it will be the humanities subjects which would have been, which would be facing the brunt of severing from the syllabus. But I would say there is a strong need to create one course at least which can create good filters for students, because there is so much of overload of information at this point of time. The focus is actually going away. So one part is that we need to do this. And the second part, I would say, communication is something very important. Because despite the fact that if you really understand the subject thoroughly well, you have an IQ beyond anybody's expectation. But when you have to explain it to somebody, it has to be at the level of understanding of the receiver. So therefore, it is extremely important that we create a course which talks about communication. For instance, let me tell you, I am working in the petroleum ministry. We interact with the minister, we interact with the secretaries, we interact with the different CEOs of organizations. There is a very different level of communication which is required with everybody. For instance, if you are interacting with the minister, and if you cannot say something to him in 30 seconds or a minute, which in today's parlance can be referred to as, called as elevator talk. You press the button and by the time you reach the second floor, you should be through with your conversation. You have otherwise lost him completely because he doesn't have time. So you need to be focused, filtered information to the point, and it needs to be done in a manner so that the guy understands. So that is something, I think these two things could perhaps help if they are included in the curriculum here. And apart from this, a serious request I would like to make, because in the morning today, I was having breakfast in the visitors hostel. And there I met this very nice boy, Om Prakash, and there's another boy, Ramesh, who was serving us with breakfast. I was just talking to them exactly as to how they have been employed here and what manner they have been doing. So they are on contract with some agency, as it is everywhere. But one thing struck me, is that, and Mr. Kripashankar mentioned, that there are maybe 32,000 alumni who can actually contribute something in the whole process. They today do not have any medical insurance for them. No matter what, they have these PFs, ESIs, etc., something is there. But on a long-term basis, if you see, and on a thumb rule basis, I just asked him that how many employees of your category would be there. The number is somewhere around 3,000 to 4,000, around that number is there per employee. Now, if you really look at 32,000 people and somebody contributes even 500 rupees, you are looking at 1.5 crores of rupees actually to be calculated and collected. Why I am saying this is, we lost one of our batchmates, I think Lele, you may not be knowing, SN Biswas, we lost day before yesterday. He was under trouble, and within a span of 2 days, some 25-30 people of our batch were able to collect some 15 to 20 lakhs of rupees to fund his medical this thing. Similarly, there was another batchmate whom we lost, ND Rai. There also we had this. So all I'm trying to say is that when 20-30 people can join together, obviously there's a better cause for us because we've known people, we've been 5 years with them. We actually do it in a manner because we just feel that we have to do it. And there is no looking back. People have contributed, especially people from the US who earn in dollars, they have contributed. Even some people have contributed 5 lakhs, some people have contributed 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, something like that. Now I'm saying even if a small number is 500 rupees we see, there can be a fund generated, and to that extent if required, like Professor Balasubramanian mentioned, that okay, you made me the fellow, but what do I do now? So I'm saying in a similar vein, if you have given this responsibility to some of us here as Distinguished Alumnus Award, I feel that tomorrow morning I must have some action in my hand. It may not be related to academics, it may not be related to something which is truly going to solve a problem. But this particular incident, if everybody is here and is there with me, I can pick up this baton for myself to say that, okay, let me try and associate with Kripa Shankarji, try and touch base with all the 32,000 people, etc. Create a corpus or a fund or something in that manner, just for the employees who are on contract. Because I still remember when we were in the mess, these guys used to serve us with such cheer in their behavior. They used to always hide something for you and keep it for you when you came late into the mess. मुझे याद है कभी कई बार वो एक डे होता था जब तंदूरी चिकन बनता था. And that was the time when you, if you are late, वो खत्म हो जाता. So some of the mess workers, knowing you well, वो छुपा के रखते थे आपके लिए. Now, thus this kind of, I would say, sweat which they give you, this kind of warmth which they give you, whatever we do can never replace that. But at least, even if we fail, I am saying that it is not a crime to fail, but it's criminal not to make the effort. So let me today say in front of all of you that I will at least try and make this effort. कुछ भी करके अगर मान लीजिए 2-4 करोड़ रुपए का कोई फंड एक क्रिएट हो जाता है, which can create a perpetual medical insurance for these guys for 3,000. Because if you negotiate with these insurance companies, I am doing it with my own company, therefore I am saying this here. We can actually look at this option. So obviously on the lighter side we have talked about something. I am sorry that if I have created a serious atmosphere about it. But I am really indebted, and not to the professors, they are like gods to us. Colleagues, I still remember when we used to be in doubt, last moment, if I was unable to understand anything, we could go to Lele, and in 3 minutes he used to explain something because he knew exactly where I was coming from. The professor sometimes may not understand, okay, हमारा उतना IQ ही नहीं समझ पाने का, but Lele understood कि हमें कहाँ से समझा सकता है. So point I am trying to say that this community has given so much to us that a complete life cycle, a complete social structure, which is beyond whatever we can do and whatever we can think about. And obviously today, in front of these 1966 batch, such senior people here, I am truly honored that I have been given this opportunity to do all this. And I would see to it that whatever responsibilities and whatever trust has been laid upon us, we will carry the baton and keep the IIT Kanpur flag high. Thank you so much.
Now the last one in the series, the name that you heard several times from Prabhat and others also, is Mr. Sanjeeva K. Lele.
Dear friends and guests, I'll keep my remarks to a short few minutes. I realize that I'm the last person speaking before dinner, so I'll not delay those proceedings. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the Institute for this honor. I'm deeply honored, and I am also deeply humbled by this, as I have looked at the past awardees and their accomplishments. And I am really small in comparison to what others have done. Now, looking back to trying to remember some of the good times that we had, and It was 5 years that we spent here, but it seems as if they went by in a bliss. They just disappeared so very quickly. And we remember all the great times that we had, all the friendships that we developed with our batchmates and seniors, and as well as with faculty members who became very close to us and almost welcomed us as colleagues. That speaks volumes of the free environment that IIT Kanpur offered to everyone. And it's been talked about before, and I also remember it being that way. Other things I remember were the diversity of activities that were going on. Just amazing cultural and musical events that happened during the 5 years that I had the fortune of being here. Artists like Hemant Kumar and Jagjit Singh and Chitra, those ghazals, Ravi Shankar performing here, watching these maestros in a near location, and just being inspired by that. And the talent that all the batchmates brought with them, and how we got to know students who came from so many different walks of life, from different states. When I grew up nearby in Lucknow, and of course through IIT Kanpur I became much more acquainted to styles and to how people from other parts of states, how they think, how they approach things and so on. And you build friendships that go on forever, for your lifetime. These bonds that IIT provided are something that we can't put any a specific value. These are invaluable in shaping our experience. Now, I have to go back, and this has been said before, but I have to underscore the quality of education that we received. It was stressed by our chief guest that is a metric that we need to be thinking about in going forward. And the dedication that I remember from the faculty members in teaching the very best material and the very best style, challenging all the students. Now as a professor, I'm always reminded of so many inspiring examples that at the time as a student, we were often, maybe we didn't appreciate the test being so hard sometimes. Average sometimes in some quizzes was 0 with negative marking and so on. But that was not the norm for all the classes. It varied. And so through professors having the freedom to experiment, to teach what they wanted to teach, and challenge us in different ways, that was a learning experience for all of us. Not just educational experience, but in growing up, in facing up to challenges and so on. And I think what each one of us learned through the IIT experience has taken us in so many diverse directions. As I look back at my batchmates, they have gone in all sorts of different career directions. Quite a few of our batchmates, of my batchmates from the 1980 batch, actually went into the academic field and became faculty members, professors, and I'm very proud of that. happen to be a part of the same group. But even within the academic pursuit, people have gone to become professors of finance, professor of business, professor of changing their fields completely from where they started and followed their passions, changing careers, becoming journalists or authors, and in some cases doctors after getting their bachelor's degree in engineering. So IIT really provided a very solid foundation where you could take on the challenges that life brings, and one can't really anticipate what they might be. So I am truly privileged to have had the opportunity of learning here, of getting to know so many friends here, making friends here, and my gratitude to the institution and to the gurus under whom we learned, and the fantastic facilities that IIT provided. We have heard about the computer center and the library and so many other facilities, swimming pool and athletic facilities. Everything was really wonderful, and it was always available, and it expanded us. It expanded the way we approached what was interesting to do. So I had not written down any sort of overall comments to say, but just to look at my quick notes here. I think IIT also provided us opportunities to explore our own sort of passions, whether they were literary or they were in music or they were in organizing events or cultural events and so on. And it was really a fantastic, fun time for all of us. And so let me try to close by thanking my batchmates who made the nomination for me, and the Institute, the Board of Alumni Association who made the award. I'm truly touched and honored by you selecting me for this honor. I do not think I really deserve this award because so many that you have selected for this award have accomplished so much more. But I truly treasure this. Thank you very much. And thank you for my family who has always been there to support, and all of my friends, and have a sense of deep gratitude to the institution and to the teachers and professors under whom I had the privilege of learning. Thank you very much.
Well, I must thank all the distinguished alumni who have been awarded today. We have earned 10 minutes for the organizers. So please, now over to you. Thank you.
Good. All right. There's still little more time for dinner. So before that, I'd like to now invite Vijeta, the General Secretary for Cultural, to take over the proceedings for the cultural program organized by our students. I believe she's behind me. Please.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for staying back so long. And we'll be having 3 performances today. Our first performance is a sitar recital by Manak Bhattacharya, PhD student from the Department of Civil Engineering. He'll be accompanied by Rohan Tiwari, BTech 4th year from the Department of Material Science and Engineering. talking about the performance today, like I'd like to take some time so that they can clear up the stage. So, Mr. Rohan Tiwari, he started learning at the age of 6 and he has performed along with the likes of Ustad Ali Akbar Khan and Ustad Amjad Ali Khan at the age of 9 and 10 respectively. He stood first in the All India Music Conference as a young artist in the year 2012. Mr. Rohan Tiwari, he started playing at the age of 4. He has a diploma in tabla solo from Prayag Sangeet Samiti, Allahabad. And now they'll be performing Rag Bheem Palasi in Teen Tal. Thank you. These performances will be followed by a flute performance accompanied by tabla, and then there will be a Kathak performance. So I'll be introducing about the artists just before the performances as well. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
I'm extremely sorry for the delay, and I would like to repeat. The performers are Mr. Manak Bhattacharya and Mr. Rohan Tiwari, and they'll be performing Rag Bhim Palasi in Teen Taal. Thank you. Thank you, Manik. Thank you, Rohan. So the next performance is a flute recital by Niket Kumar. He'll be again accompanied with Rohan on tabla. And Niket is a dual degree student from the Department of Civil Engineering. He has a junior diploma in flute and will be playing Rag Bhopali in Teen Tal. The next performance is a Kathak performance by Kalyani Deshpande. She is an MTech student from the Department of Civil Engineering. Thank you everybody. This was the cultural performance. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that. I would now like to invite Dr. Shantanu Misra from the Department of Earth Sciences to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello and good evening everyone. Distinguished guests and awardees, dear colleagues, students and friends. It's a pleasure to propose a vote of thanks for this occasion. We would like to acknowledge our deep sense of appreciation and gratitude to the chief guest, Mr. Vinayashil Oberoi, Secretary MHRD, for being amongst us and for his inspiring foundation day lecture. We are grateful to the guest of honor, Dr. Ajit Prasad, Director IIM Lucknow, for his presence and his kind words. We extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Professor A. Malik, Professor D. Balasubramanian, and Professor R.N. Biswas, the newly inducted Institute Fellows, for being present here today and for sharing their experiences. We also wish to express our gratitude to Professor Indranil Manna, Director of the Institute, and Professor Ajit Chaturvedi, Deputy Director, for their constant support and encouragement to make today's program a very successful event. We thank Professor A.R. Harish Dosa for organizing the proceedings for G.D. Bhandari Award. We thank Professor Kripa Shankar for conducting and proceeding for Distinguished Alumnus Awards and Satyendra Kumar Dubey Memorial Award. We would like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Mohit Law, Dr. Shikha Prasad, Dr. Jayendran Rao, and Dr. Shilpi Gupta for their efforts to conduct today's Institute Day function. I thank Professor Samir Khandekar for his presentation. Invocation by Mrs. P. Khandekar is gratefully acknowledged. We thank students for their cultural program in today's evening. We would also like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to different institute officers, in particular, Institute Work Department, Visitors Hostel, Lecture Hall Complex, and Security. An event like this cannot happen without meticulous planning and coordinated efforts. We have been fortunate to be backed up by a team of very motivated staffs at the DOFA office who have worked tirelessly and hard for last many weeks to take care of every logistics and details. I applaud Dr. Deshmukh and his team for their efforts. Finally, thanks to you who have been here till the end. Thank you very much.